Recovering and repair and preparing at the same time. Mother Nature has a creative agenda. A creative agenda that matches my true nature and yours. God has been planting pieces of his heart all over the earth.
Morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning, Pascal.
I am a piece of God's heart. Chip off the old block. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Welcome, Pascal. Missed you.
Yeah, I've been busy.
Yeah, me too.
Good.
Mm.
Nothing in it, just appreciating the intersection again.
Mm. Yeah, I'm glad to be here. It helps me to recenter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been practicing like being present. Can't believe how distracted I am.
Mm. That's a pretty helpful awareness to have.
Yeah, how many times I have to bring myself back to the center.
Yeah.
Back.
Yep. Yeah, that's quite a pattern, isn't it?
Yeah. It's funny to me that like it used to be the opposite. Right when we're born, we're just present all the time.
Mm.
It shouldn't be hard. It's just the way we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got created before thoughts and emotion and all that. And now we're trying to get back to it.
Mm-hmm.
Things a little backward.
Mm. A space that we never leave it. A time when we never leave it. The structure that we never leave it.
That's that Mother Nature agenda I was talking about.
Mhm. where the wounding becomes the outsider, the edges, and it becomes very aware. And that's where all like the help and focus can be to bring back. So that it's easy to stay there. Have to learn it. Evolve it, really, to evolve it. That's Mother Nature at work.
Yeah. Something necessary about being derailed.
Something necessary about being derailed?
Yep. Because, you know, Pascal, you were saying it's natural. It's natural when you're a baby to be in that space. But for some reason, all of us get derailed. And have to go back later in life and rediscover it.
And why is it helpful to be derailed? Is it like a contrast?
Well, there's a there's a recurring pattern that needs to be resolved. Or there's a specific wound that needs to be healed. Through experience. So when I talk about completing the extreme trauma that I experienced as a child, what was important there is that I lived through the completion of it. And there's much more to that than just surviving it. It's about actually living through. Living it through to its completion. You know, so many of humanity's issues have been hanging around for thousands of years. And so many of them are being resolved in this generation at this time in history. Like they're all of this stuff is converging. You know, right now in history. You know, if you're alive now and you're an adult, then there's a piece of that that's designated to you. And here's the bright side too. I see a time coming. In fact, it's probably already here where those assignments won't be anywhere near as intense as they are today. Like I know my assignment was really intense. And it had to do with life and death.
Yeah, something has to die to be reborn.
Yeah, exactly. So it's curious to me that this is all happening at a time in history where the veil is thin.
I missed some of it, like it was like staticky or something. Can you just repeat the last sentence?
Yeah. said, it's very interesting that this is happening at a time when the veil is thin.
Hmm.
What I mean by that is where our sensitivity can pick up the energetics of the other side so easily. Like it's like every entity in the cosmos is wanting this adjustment to happen on planet Earth. There's a deep desire, intention to see this full transition come to pass. And the only ones fighting it are human beings.
Yeah. So true. Because of our intellect.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're so intelligent. That we let our thoughts and emotion control our life.
So how do you raise humanity out of all this dark, heavy energy that it's been in for thousands of years? One thing's obvious, and that is like one soul at a time.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't understand why these wounds, why these issues need to be resolved, why these patterns need to be. Well, maybe that's it. The patterns need to be replaced.
Yeah, nothing needs to be fixed.
What's that?
Nothing needs to be fixed.
No. No.
You just gotta create something new,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, exactly.
right?
Yeah.
Our orientation to do that is off.
Mm,
How
Oh,
to do that is off.
yeah. Yeah.
The focus. Focus is off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
what
still
I-
creating from our head instead of our heart.
That's exactly what I was gonna. That's exactly what I was gonna say. It's like we have to relearn or rediscover how to live as a human.
Or just to
From-
remember.
Just to remember how to live as a human from oriented from the higher dimensionality than what we're used to. Okay, we're used to living and working and doing and creating and all that kind of stuff from inside the 4 dimensions. But that just keeps us going in the same, just keeps us operating in the same arena. We're actually designed to live from the orientation of our soul or the eternal part of us, the true nature part of us. And it's always been there. It's just been kind of obscured from our view.
Yeah, we're denying it.
Yeah. And all it requires is a conscious choice to live from there. To live from our true nature. And a lot of good peer support to stay there, to continue from there. And that's what I get out of these daily sessions is I'm really encouraged, and there's a lot of solidarity around living from my true nature, because I found other people that want to do the same thing. That's why I love you guys.
Love you too, Craig. Are you following your passion?
Well, let's put it this way. I'm rediscovering my passion.
And do you have to do anything to recover your passion?
Just allow it to, just allow my passion to come into my awareness. Let it come in. Like
Let it flow.
Let it, yeah. Let it give it the space to reveal itself, to show its true colors. Oh, the word that's coming to me around that is compassion.
Mm.
Compassion. Come back to me, passion.
Come your passion, yeah.
Yeah, come to me. Oh, wow.
Does it come to you or do you go to it?
Oh, that's interesting you asked that question, because as I learn to trust my intuition and my inner child, my inner authority, I'm learning to trust that, and this has been, it's been 100% reliable. This phrase, it will come to me. Somebody asked me, what are you gonna say in this situation? My response has been, it will come to me. I choose to receive an inspiration, and I choose to trust that I will receive inspiration when inspiration is required.
So it will come to you.
Yeah, it'll come to me. What that really means is that it'll come to my awareness, because the thing is, it's a potential. It's a potential that lives in the field, that is perfect for whatever situation. And it's trusting that perfect inspiration will come to my awareness at the perfect time and in the perfect way.
In the perfect order.
Yes, yes, yes.
The reason why I asked it was because the passion will be a challenge.
That's what makes it fun.
Right? Makes
Just
it
to me.
worthwhile.
Yeah.
And our pattern has been to avoid that challenge. To ignore it, that's been the pattern. So it's always came to us. It's what we've done with it. That's why
And
I asked, so
rationalize it, yeah.
yeah, does it come to us, which it always does, or is it more of we go towards it now? And I'm with you. It's like, oh, yeah, why did I get that out of everything? Why did that come to my awareness out of everything?
Out of everything it could have been.
Yeah, I don't sit in the moment and ponder that, but it's like as I sit here with each of you, it's like, yeah, that thing for something is the next step of progress. Till I go towards that. It comes to me, I go towards. That's the practice. That's the challenge. And it is not what we would think or expect it to be. At least mine's not. Good morning, Mona.
Good morning, Jesse. How are you today?
Oh my gosh. It's Mona. Hey, Mona.
Mona's in the house.
We're all better now that you're here.
Thank you. I'm all better. I've had some interesting experiences around my kids. For a long time, I haven't really spoke to either of them. And for my son's birthday, I reached out and bought him a gift certificate at a tattoo shop.
Oh my.
Mhm. Now hold on a second. Now, before you go to your story, there was a moment that came to you and you weren't sure what you were going to do with it. That
No.
idea popped into your head and you weren't sure if you were going to follow through on it or not.
So I did get a response back. He said thank you, which really surprised me. I didn't expect that. And I was just grateful for the thank you. And then I was scrolling through his Facebook page yesterday, and he posted on there, he said, I know I don't talk to you, Mom, but I love you.
Hmm.
And that was huge.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I felt that.
Yeah, I did too. Oh.
And I've been kind of staying closed off to other people because I've been working on that. That was one of the reasons I came to Chris's program. Because I wanted my relationship with my kids back. And I knew I had to work on myself.
So you came to a realization that you cannot change your kids.
No, I know that, but I still worked on myself either way. And
Well, yeah,
even when
that's
I
the
was,
thing, right?
even when I had those moments where I kept thinking, is this worth it? I still stayed in the tension.
The challenge, stayed in the challenge, you bet.
and it was a challenge. And then he knows I drive a Ford, so he slams Fords all the time. And his comment on Mother's Day was, "Happy Mother's Day to all those who drive Fords." Yeah. And it still made me smile.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
beautiful.
So I've had one huge win. And I didn't realize how much that I was not letting myself express love or receive love until I got that message.
Mm.
Now you allow it to enter you.
Say that again, Pascal.
You allow it to enter you.
Yeah. And I haven't done that in a long time. I've been really closed off because I just been in a lot of pain.
Mhm.
And I guess I've been doing the work on a linear basis for goals.
Oh, so what does that mean to you?
That means to me,
Linear basis.
that means to me that I still need to work on myself and let that just blossom on its own. And there's really not a lot I can do to make it go any faster because it's taken two people to create in that space. And
What
it
I
made me
got.
realize the things that I can't figure out or be in control of, that I need to let them just be still for a while and let them come to fruition on their own.
Yeah.
And focus on what I can what I can work on and create without somebody else's help.
What I hear there, congratulations, Mona. That's-
Thank you. I wanted to share the good news with y'all
Mm,
Yeah, it's
because for
huge.
me that's a huge win.
Oh yeah.
snowball has begun. The momentum towards that
And
end result has big shifts. And
Mhm.
here's the linear component of that is that there's the expectation that it has to happen in certain steps, and that becomes the limitation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's not a
Just
father
ex-
yet. He doesn't have any kids of his own, so he doesn't know really what it's like.
Nope. No, you
Nope.
don't. Not until you change somebody else's diaper do you get out of yourself.
Oh, that ain't no lie. I'll tell you that
Yeah.
right now. That ain't no lie.
Until then, you're just a big baby.
But I think that he needed this time, especially in the past 4 years, to figure some stuff out for himself. Because he was having a little bit of help in thinking the way he was thinking where I'm concerned.
Oh yeah.
You know, we have to try our way.
And I knew that I never tried to go against what was being fed to him. You know what I mean? Because I felt like he had to figure that out on his own.
And otherwise, you're influencing, and in that influence, it fuels the other sides.
And the cool part about it is I've seen a lot of people work in the field on their family stuff, and I've seen great things happen with other people, and that was something that I always desired. And I was like, when is it going to happen to me? You know, I wasn't jealous of others, but I wanted that same thing. And the one thing I notice about Facebook is everybody posts all the good stuff. Nobody ever posts the real struggles.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not posting the real life.
No, it's called fake book for a reason.
Yeah, fake book. Fake book, that's a good one.
Oh. But I have listened to y'all's stuff. And it has encouraged me.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
for that. Glad you shared with us this morning.
No, I want to say thank y'all for being, without realizing you were influencing me to stay the course. So I'm really glad you got your stuff out there, Jesse. I'm on my way to work right now.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And it's great to hear that it's impacted. Same thing, right? Like, oh, when will it happen? Right?
Yeah,
Is it worth it? Right? Is it,
Hmm.
what's the point?
yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
We always want things to happen faster than they should, and maybe we want to speed up the timing where we don't need it to speed up because everything happens in its perfect time.
Yep. And trusting that, and the faith, holding on to, like, I'd do this over that. Okay, fine. That's just enough.
Yeah. What I
Doesn't
just
have to
heard
be-
is surrender to the perfect time.
Yep.
You know, let it be that. Trust that that is true.
Well, gentlemen, I'm at work, so I'm going to drop off of here, but I wanted to tell you thank you for being present, and thank you for doing the recordings, Jesse.
Big love, Mona.
Big love to y'all.
Yeah, thank you, Mona,
Oh, thank you, Pascal. Thank you, Craig, and thank you, Jesse.
for your experience this morning.
I want to say thank y'all for your presence and your encouragement. Because when I listen to what y'all talk about, I get encouraged.
Yeah, we change one life at a time.
Yep. Anyway, I'm sending you guys big love and big hugs, and I will talk to y'all later.
Keep having a great day.
You too. You guys have a great day
Take
as
care,
well.
Mona.
Thank you. You guys take care too. Bye-bye.
Yeah, funny enough, this gathering every morning, it never even like crossed my mind and saying, is it worth it? Why am I doing this? So I never asked even the question. And I think I come to the realization that why I didn't ask the question is because it's when I come to this gathering, it's my heart that's speaking, not my head. I don't need to justify to be here. I guess in a sense, I'm following my passion.
Yeah. Yeah, and realizing there's nothing to apologize for
No,
doing that. Yeah, take that right off the table. Takes shame and guilt right off the table.
there's nothing to think about.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think it's worth noting that we do have to ask the question, is this my passion? Because it does change. Because there's always a choice. It's like I could do this or I could do something else. So for whatever context we put that in.
Yeah, I just heard pressure to do.
Yeah.
So is that pressure to do, is that coming, pressure to do, is that coming from inside my passion or is it coming from somewhere else?
That's right. The tension. So it's just a viewing the tension. Is it pulling me or am I pushing myself to it? And it's that question that you get, like the answer reveals itself. Doesn't have to be right there, right in that time, but eventually. And my trigger for like all this, so I can always come back to the original spark of all this, right? The original spark for me was, well, I was tired of it doing it alone.
Yeah.
So that's my starting position. And that's what I always reference back to is like, oh, like compared to that, when I'm on a call alone, yeah, compared to that, would I rather still be here? Or is there something else to do? The ego always comes in and always says that. It's like, oh, but it's also just sitting in the question. And what I've come to realize is that no matter, even if I am alone on a call, it's still better than where I was because I have all the days with others. So it's like, oh, I can continue on this one call by myself because I know that there will be more people again tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I don't even know who would be listening to it. So, and take some time to do something in that too. I've done that many times. So just using this call as a context, without putting any pressure or expectations on anyone else. Because that's not equal. 'Cause I wouldn't want to force anyone to be here, right? Take away the authenticity of it.
Yeah.
And that's what makes this different than any other program that I think you have to quote pay for to be in.
Yeah, and then if you're forcing people, it's like you're not in your power.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's unequal power.
Yeah. If there's force anywhere in it.
Yep. The power is unequal. The structure is unequal. And we're just practicing equal. Because just like a centered and aligned, it's only when we're out of it do we realize it.
Yeah. And then you're learning what off feels like.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's kind of an unequal power because you're saying you're giving your power to that person that you're forcing. You're like, if you're not coming, then we might not have a call.
Yeah. If you're listening to someone giving you manipulative language, where's the power? What's happening to your power?
Yeah, the power lays in the other person. It's kind of funny that like you're forcing people, you're trying to force people, but by doing that, you lose your power. I feel like it's an important one.
Both of you lose your power.
Well, the other
Or you're
person just
taking-
like, it can't say yes or no, but you're just saying like, well, if he says no, then all this energy to force person, it's lost.
And I think there's a version of take that works in there too. Like, so we can take power to replace it. So I don't know how that really works, but
Yeah. Yeah, there's an energy dynamic going on there. Like a tug of war.
it is like it's a guilt, and so you can receive the rewards from the guilt. And frankly, it all comes down to money in most of those comparative programs anyway. So that's how it works. That's the measure. Not saying it shouldn't be that way. I'm just saying I'm practicing it another way before that.
Yeah. Which brings me back to what we were talking about at the beginning of this call. Was about that deviation from your true nature. It's kind of imperative that there be some experimentation and some experience around that.
Yeah. How else could you learn which direction it is?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, our now we've talked about the patterns, and society's patterns will be afraid of failing. So fear of failing. So they won't take that challenge.
Yeah. When failure really doesn't have anything to do with it.
That's right. In a way, you know, it's like it's to, well, did I enjoy that or not?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, okay, not that way, but so then like this way. But you see, all of those lead up to the eventual. See, what we're thinking is that we take the one step and then our grandioso shows up.
Right.
And we're disappointed when it doesn't.
Yeah, and there's an awful lot of people out there that are preaching manifestation that way.
Hmm.
And the whole success industry is around that too. I settled for 3D success for too much of my life. Thank you very much.
Oh. No, that's why you're recovering and preparing now.
Exactly.
Because all that energy that went there had to be released.
Yeah.
And there's many people out there that are still in that giving the energy away to maintain that illusion.
Yeah.
And of course, when I ask the question, when will it happen for me? All I'm doing is focusing on why I don't have it.
Yeah, that's the scarcity motivation behind thriving.
Yeah, you're pretty much saying that you're not powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Success creates a lot of orphans.
I didn't read the article. I just saw the headlines. Bill Gates giving a commencement speech talked about all sacrificed of the stuff that was important to him in his pursuit of that.
Yeah. Morning.
And the headline was more like it was a breakdown around it, you know, a vulnerability, we'd call it.
Yeah.
A realization of the difference. All choices. And like Mona's case, not sure which one will be the breakthrough one.
Yeah.
Because she's told me is that she keeps tossing out, she keeps telling him, she keeps reaching out very subtly, but just to let him know she's there, that she loves him. And it's like, yeah. Don't know which one will break through, if one ever will.
Yeah.
Same thing here, right?
Yeah. I've
Don't
come
know
to
which-
realize that I sacrificed my own power and my own true nature for a whole lot of other shit. That really didn't pay off. That really didn't, you know. But actually it did pay off.
Mm.
It paid off in different stuff. It paid off in experience and wisdom and
In awareness.
and awareness. Yeah, greater return on investment that would not have appeared had I not encountered the risk.
Mhm. And going through it, that would not have been this story. Only hindsight, only through it. Looking back, and we say, like, get to a point that says, oh, I see why I had to do that now.
Yeah.
It's so we either are fighting it along the way and never reach that insight, or we surrender and allow to it, and then at some point we hit it and go, oh, that's why. That's why it
Wow.
had to go that way.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay. I just gotta stretch every once in a while. Yeah. It just hit me how wise my superconscious is. Oh man. What a huge risk I took. Ah. And it knew the benefit, it knew the outcome. It knew the value. It knew the value of that risk. The value of taking that risk. Oh my. Oh wow. Oh yeah.
So the more we can get out of that way, the more we can realize and let go of it. And then it's like, oh, it's making space for something big that's just around the corner.
Well, one of the things is I'm really not scared of taking a huge risk. from here on out, you know? Wow. Yeah,
Yeah, it's because you have detached yourself from the past. So I'll give this analogy with like Spider-Man, when like he's throwing like the web to a wall, he's stuck. And it's until he detach himself that you can like throw it again.
yeah, yeah. Wow. I love that one, Pascal.
But it's through complete detachment, because like I have a friends that, you know, you'll say like a really shitty experience, like he was out west and then like his girlfriend moved him, she moved back home with the kids, so he had to follow. And then for 2 years, you know, everything went to shit, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then he blamed himself, he blamed her, like, and then now they're not together. You know, they all have like, okay, so she's got the kids like during the week, and then he's got the weekend. And then I said, well, that's good. And he was like, how is it good? And I'm like, wow, are you detached from this woman? You know, did you want her like to be with her for the next 5 years and come to the realization that she's not for you? No, but like my kids and this and that, da, 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 da. I'm like, are you detached from her? It's like, oh yeah, like I want nothing to do with her. Then you move forward. Then you're ahead than where you were. You know, yeah, like it's shitty for his children and stuff, but like, I mean, for me, it's moving forward because like he's not attached to her anymore. Now he's like, what's next? But until you completely detached, then you can't move forward. It's like his energy is still there, and it's still a little bit like he's still attached to the wall a little bit because he's still talking about her sometimes.
Right.
But it's much better.
Yeah, if he's still talking about her, then he's not detached.
He's not completely detached. I know that.
No.
You know, and it's until like he detached completely that he's got his power back. All his power.
And only then are the both possibilities possible, meaning the possibility of that they could get back together. Yeah. And the possibility that he could find someone new then.
Yeah.
Or be happy alone.
Yeah.
Like all possibilities between those. Otherwise, you're stuck in between one of them.
At least you feel like you have choices.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's the key to it.
Mm-hmm.
Feeling that we have choices, because we always do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just you can't see him. You can't
That's
see
right.
him if you're attached.
That's right. Well, and our patterns, that's our patterns. That's the logical mind having to know, having to make it work in a linear linear path, check mark everything, every step along the way to make sure that you got it all covered. Jesus,
Yeah.
how limiting is that?
Well, I
You're
tell you, my
basically-
path
you're-
certainly hasn't been linear. Not even remotely.
That are
Yeah, but at least
thinking-
now,
Go ahead, Pascal.
at least now, you know where to put the power. You know, like when you throw your web, and if it's not right for you, then you'll detach right away.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh. Right. But through the web, tested it. Is that what I want? Oh, no, I can always readjust it. I can always change it. I can just move it slightly.
And the key is to be open, like I've been saying that quite a bit, be open to everything attached to nothing, right? So keep going forward. Not be attached to one wall. The Spider-Man is not very effective. He's stuck to the wall. You know, he's not moving forward very fast. And it's not being attached to our thought and emotion, because we're not that. We're much bigger than that.
We're three of those. We're three different points. The thoughts, the emotions, and the soul, the passion, the heart of God. And it's harmony with all of them without denying any of them.
Yeah, and our soul is the love and wisdom.
Mhm. The experience, like the part that just wants to experience, that wants to say yes and, that wants to go forward, that wants to try new things, that wants to do that challenge. And the programmed fear is what says no. And then the logical mind, the thinking mind, it makes up all sorts of reasons from the past or even things that haven't even happened yet of why we can't do it.
Yeah,
And
even if
that
you're
is-
fearless, your your mind will make up something.
Yeah. And that is why people get stuck in a rut.
Those ruts you're talking about, those are all the primary choices that are presented to you. It's like which rut do you want to occupy?
Mm-hmm.
You know, because it has to be a rut. You know,
Well,
they don't
how
call
did
it that.
How did that rut get there? Is because you kept driving through the dark times, the muddy times, the sad times. You kept driving on the same road.
Well, it was somebody else's road.
That too.
Without
Yeah,
lights,
The rut was
without
already
your
there.
lights.
that too.
Yes, and right.
Like my
And
dad
you-
used to say, a rut is just a grave with the ends kicked out.
Yeah. Meaning you have no choice.
Right.
And we always, that's the key. We always have a choice. We just may not be able to see them.
Well, yeah. Because the choices don't seem to present themselves.
They never will. We have to believe and have faith and say, oh, I always have a choice here. That's where it starts. It won't ever present itself if you're not looking for one. If you can't do life without a checklist, you'll never do life without a checklist. If life can never happen outside of a certain defined set of actions, then life will never happen outside of that. Now, the feedback is what matters there. Am I enjoying that or am I not?
I know setting goals in the prescribed way really became a prison for me. It's always like, this is going to do something magic for you.
The half truths are the most dangerous.
Yeah, because they look pretty good.
Right. And they kind of work, right? They
Yeah.
linearly work, right? They slowly work. You work really hard at them.
They work good enough to rationalize,
Mhm.
right?
So that's part of goals. Is like, yes, the thing about goals is that, oh, we're putting something out there that we want. you know. But we're
Well,
never
we're putting
attaching
something
the
out there we
emotion
think
to
we
it.
want.
That's right. And the only way we would know if that's what we want is to attach an emotion to it, imagine, visualize having it, be it for a while. And is that really what I want? So
Yeah.
that's what I mean by a half truth. It's like just setting the goal is only half of it. Unless all you need is a thinking mind. And then we love to rationalize our goals. All based on what's already been created and what's possible, not what's potential.
Yeah, you justify that.
Yeah, past and future.
Yeah, judge and justify. Yeah. Potential so much more than what's already been created. Yet, for some reason, we like to believe that it's not possible or that someone else couldn't come up with something that hasn't been invented yet, or that we can't even come up with something different. Well, I see what that is, because if I am the smartest one, then of course someone can come up with something other than what I could come up with. And that will never be spoken out loud, but it's an underlying subconscious pattern. If I can't come up with the solution, how could anyone else?
Yeah.
That's just another no pattern.
You think the first person that did the first backflip was thinking that way?
They couldn't. There was no way, right? There was no way they were thinking that way.
Right?
Yeah.
Everyone else was. Everyone else was.
So to me, it was following love and wisdom. And the subset of that was his talent and ability.
The
He knew he
desire,
was
right?
good. He knew he was good at jumping, right? He just took it to a different level. But he followed his passion or
And I think that everyone else didn't say, I don't believe that everyone said, I can't do that. I just don't think it was in anyone's ideas, in their desire, in their intention to do it.
Well, yeah. It wasn't an I
that's it.
can't. It wasn't an I
That's it.
can't. It wasn't. It just didn't. Yeah.
It wasn't in
wasn't
the
there.
awareness. It wasn't. I mean, and that's what all the don't we all see that when we see some great invention? We're like, oh, that's why didn't I think of that? Right?
Yeah.
yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
That's the. It's like the amazement of that, rather than, and it's like we need more of that. because that's just, it's not like they couldn't, it's not like they didn't, it just wasn't in their awareness to be like, well, I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the rules had something to do with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and coloring inside the lines.
Yeah, that's right. You know, and you know, and then once it's done and possible, that's radical change, right? Once it's done, then it's like so much more comes out of it. And that's why it's difficult to hear it first.
Which is something I'm really, really, really good at.
Early adapters are.
Hearing things first.
Mhm. And there's still things that happen that you won't hear first.
Of course. There's a lot of other people that have the same gift.
Mm-hmm. And that's the society. So when you imagine that everyone is doing more of that, what is society like then?
Pretty damn different.
And we'll say something big around the corner is when people are following, choosing, progressing their passions. What is life like then? Pretty different. So that's what I say is what something big around the corner is. Which was the desire and the intention this morning, because that's what Craig, you started with, and I labeled it as this morning. Our session, our call together.
What did you call it?
And there's something big around the corner. Something big,
yeah.
something big just around the corner, I think is what it's titled as.
Yeah. So here's an admonition around that. Make sure that you're in your passion as deep as you can get, so you can ride that wave of bigness just around the corner.
And what if you're not? So if whatever that is, like there's that, and how would you know you're not? I'm going to mute you, Pascal.
Make sure you're. How would you know you're not? By making sure that you are.
Okay, someone stuck in that pattern will have a hard time listening to that.
Yeah, well, I know.
You've gone through it, your experience is of it, and so that would be the place that can help.
You know, I don't. Oh man. You know, this is only gonna. Well, that admonition that I just said, it's only going to land with people who are prepared, who are in that space already. Quite frankly, I don't know that I can inform anyone about how to get there.
I would say you'll get an idea, you'll get a thought, you'll get something that comes up and says, oh, I could do this, I want to do that, I want to go for this. And it's that first spark. And then noticing whatever you put around to that spark, whether you follow it or whether you don't. And that would show up as my mental, my ego, my mind will put the words in. I can't do that. That is what I would say to be aware of.
Yeah. But here's what's coming to me around that is that I can't is a really good place to start because it's honest.
Yep. In the moment, it is your truth.
Yes.
Doesn't mean that it is the truth. It just is your truth.
Correct. But it's true.
Yep.
It's honest.
It's a pattern that we're working to just examine.
So there's a question that pops up after that, after admitting I can't. And the question is, I wonder how I can.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a magic question.
Yep.
I wonder how I can. I wonder how is a magic question. Because what it does is it takes the onus off you personally to answer the question, because I wonder, you're just putting yourself in a state of wonder, and it's like you're asking God or the cosmos to answer the question.
Or your heart, your passion.
Yeah, right. Which is
your
heart and
your
passion.
child. Yep.
Yes.
You're asking curiosity, how could I do this thing that popped into my awareness out of everything, out of nothing, that something came into my thought process. I'm going to treat it as a eureka moment and just wonder, how could I?
Right.
So we begin to change the pattern that it's I can't always shows up. And what we begin to train, rewire, is to say, how could I?
Wonder how.
Life is completely different when that change happens.
And just swim in that.
Swim in it. Don't expect the answer. Don't rush the answer. Just swim in it. Bathe in it. Soak in it for however long you need to. And just take the actions, the next obvious actions in front of you with that. Do the next thing you got to do with that in your awareness.
Next obvious action for me there is look for clues,
Hmm.
look for hints.
That's right, because they will show up as you
They
put
will
that in
show
your
up.
focus. As that's your focus, you will see them. And that begins to
Wonder always
guide.
gives you clues.
That's right. Well, and so does I can't. I can't will give you clues too. If I'm stuck in the pattern I can't, it's always going to deliver reasons why you can't. That's the irony of this all.
Yeah, but you don't have to focus there.
That's right. That's what we're saying. I'm saying that that's the pattern for most people. And what we're working to do is get them out of that pattern. Always with awareness first.
Bring the attention back to I wonder how.
Yep. I use the magic word could. I just like to go easy, simple, and silly. It's like could. Could is that beautiful word in our language. It includes wonder. It includes curiosity. It isn't a should. It isn't a would. It isn't a have to. Wonder how I could. That's a double positive. So that's a double expansion.
Double-barreled shotgun, that one.
Mm-hmm. Pascal's got some genius. I'm ready for it. Doesn't mean he's always ready for it. And so when we're looking for something big just around the corner, yeah, we're wondering how it could be. What would we want to be big just around the corner? I got mine. I got my layers. That's a good one. It's not just one, it's just layers.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And we just pull out the layers to give it focus and then put it back in. Pull it back in, feed it, put it back in.
Yeah, I got that it's web.
Mm-hmm. I was pulling it out of the vortex, just as I think of the vortex. It's like the vortex of life. You know, pull a layer out, give it the energy, put it back in.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of focus.
Put it back where it can be fed.
Mm-hmm. Where it can expand, where it can grow, where it can ripple through, where it can co-create. And sometimes we have to take our attention off of it for a while.
Oh, wow. I just got a huge insight around attention. That's really awesome. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Fuzzy logic, loose focus. Oh my.
Coulds. Potential. Possibilities.
When you're operating in the 3D, you can only have your attention on one thing. When you're operating in 5D, operating multi-dimensionally, you can have your attention on multiple things at once, which is probably why we're experiencing such exponential growth right now. Because there's a lot of super conscious stuff cooking in the background. Wow.
Yeah, I like what you guys built there. So I wonder I could. And so that kind of opened the doors, right?
Yeah.
Or gets you to the door, I would say. And then I don't know. You're in front of the door and you don't know. But that's not a not. I'm not going to be able to open that door. But that keeps you in that wonder. And but to me, it's like, how can you stay there in front of the door and not turn around? Because there's a lot of thoughts that will come by, like, wow, that door's too big. There's a lock on it. Nobody ever opened it.
Like we said, you got to swim in it.
But how do you swim?
Just stay in wonder. Just keep
And how
asking
do
the
you
question.
stay in wonder?
Keep asking the question.
And not be attached to the outcome.
Yep.
So that's why I've been practicing that presence, right? Because like juicing in the morning or making my lunch. And like you have no idea how many like things that comes in my mind.
Well,
That's
yeah.
so mind blowing. But just by bringing it back, and it's all about my past or the future. So my practice is like arrive where there's no past, no future.
Yeah.
So there's no thoughts. Thoughts are gone.
Just wonder. Yeah, being present and swimming in wonder are exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just a different way to say it, right? That's it.
Yep. And if you feel an urge to practice, just practice being in the wonder space. Then that could be really valuable for you.
Yeah, and follow your talent and ability. I'll give something a little silly, but I noticed that I'm very good at burping high,
Uh-huh.
like no one else,
Awesome.
you know? So, you know, that's what I'm good at, right? Like,
Awesome.
but like, if we develop like everything, and then not even develop, like we don't have to develop anything because it just comes innate, you know? I know how to do it, you know? It's not like someone that taught me. It's just like I'm grabbing the baby and shaking him, like patting him in the back, like rubbing his back, and then eventually burp, right?
Yeah.
But it's by being present with him, right? And follow my talent and ability.
Yeah.
There's nothing to learn.
Yeah. Yeah.
you know, and my wife is really good at making him fall asleep, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's what she does. Right? So we all have our talent and ability. We're all different, but we're part of the whole.
Yeah.
And if we're putting all talent and ability together, then we create something very good, like very magical.
Yeah. There's mothering and fathering, and there's also parenting.
Yeah. Or are we going to allow it to come through us? Or I'm
Yeah.
going to force myself to make him fall asleep while I have my wife. It's easy for her. It's effortless.
Right.
And last night, like, baby was really fussy. She was like, "Can you burp him?" No problem. You know?
Yeah.
And it's effortless. Why does it have to be hard?
Maybe if it seems hard, that might be a hint that something's off.
Well, yeah, like I think Jesse asked you, like, when you're not flowing per se, right?
Yep.
And it feel constricted, like it feel like forceful. So to me, that's when I know that I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah.
It's like I'm forcing myself. And I'm putting a lot more energy that I should when I'm forcing myself. Why, I could use this energy somewhere else.
Yeah. You're learning since you were a little kid to force yourself to do all kinds of things.
Right.
And that's why this seems so unnatural.
While the opposite is true. You know, also, when someone's forcing you to do something, "Oh, come to this party. Come. Yeah, but I don't feel like it. No, come. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. And it's not. Because I'm not in my flow. Right? It was a decision that was taking out from me. Something big around the corner.
Like, what's that animated movie about the fish?
What's that?
What's that animated movie about the fish?
Nemo?
Yeah, Finding Nemo.
Finding
That's it.
Nemo?
Finding Nemo. So anyways,
Yeah.
they're in the Great Barrier Reef, or whatever they call it, that huge current, that huge undercurrent under the ocean. And the whole school of fish creates this huge arrow. Go that way. You know, it's kind of like that huge arrow like that. That huge arrow like that is showing up all over the place. It's showing up energetically all over the world, and people are feeling it. You know that something really big is happening around the corner. The arrow gets bigger and bigger and bigger because more and more people are tuning into the energy of it. It's like that whole school of fish knows which direction it's pointing. So you could ask the question, I wonder what my deepest passion could be. And trust that that'll show up. So I think we answered our question.
Yeah, we don't have to think about it.
No, in fact, thinking doesn't help it.
Thinking is in the way.
Yeah, thinking is actually in the way. Correct. Thinking can't provide a wonder answer.
But thinking slave us, limit us.
Yes.
But we keep following it.
Yep. That's the pattern.
It's where a limitation lies. And we're like, well, yeah, but you know, nobody ever done this. No, you don't understand. Like, you're gonna fail.
Until somebody does.
Yeah, and then you're like, oh, I knew it.
Yeah. Well, the truth is you did know it.
I knew it could have been
But your
done.
brain didn't. Your thinking didn't know it.
Yeah. And the other thing about our passion, we limit ourselves. We think like, oh yeah, my passion is painting. And that's it. Right?
Right.
No, it's not.
That's not your passion. That's what you think your passion is.
You can have a lot of passion.
True.
You hear that a lot. Like people, you like they've done like some mindless job in the past, and they're like, "Well, why did I do that? Right? Why did I do this one? You know, that was a waste of time." And then like now they have a business, and say I'm a truck driver, and then their business later on in its logistics. But if they wouldn't drive, they wouldn't understand how a truck works, how whatever, like how to like understand his employee. But you thought like it was such a mindless job because like I wasn't paying enough or but it was your passion. So for me, like the day, like I'm not, because I know I'm good at, and it's effortless.
Yeah.
I don't have to think while I'm driving. So the day that it feels like it's been forced to me, then I'll quit.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like forced to have fun. You're gonna
Yeah.
have fun now, whether you like it or not. Huh.
Most likely, if I wouldn't have this job, I wouldn't be with you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when I hear like Mona, oh, I'm going to work, I have to let you guys go. I'm like, I'm going to work, I have to jump on the call. Is that beautiful?
Yeah, it is. It's pretty darn awesome.
Yeah, and we'll have other people be like, oh, this job. So what do you do with it?
Yeah.
To me, I see so many opportunity doing this job.
Yeah. Yeah.
I grow so fast doing this job because I
Yeah.
don't have to think.
Exactly. I was just gonna say, there's a true advantage to having a mindless job. About 5 years ago, I decided I was gonna paint my house by myself, and it took me 3 or 4 months to do it. But holy crap, was that productive time? Because I could just kind of tinker around and do this and that, and I had no real agenda to it or anything, and it was really mindless. But holy crap, did I cover a lot of ground.
Well, it's like when you were like coloring your mandala, or you were making one. I can't remember.
Yeah.
One or two.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. For some people, they'll be like, "Wow, you're not doing anything useful, Craig."
Well, yeah, I know.
Right? But you were in the flow, and that's where everybody wants to lay. They want to be in the flow. They want to be happy.
It was more useful than anything else I could have been doing.
But they don't want to do anything easy.
That's
Easy
because
is not productive.
we've embraced the idea that if it's easy, it's not valuable
Yeah, it's not productive.
or productive. Yeah. If it's not productive, it's not valuable. So we're kind of trapped in a definition.
But we all want to be in our heart.
Well, that's why I don't like putting words to things if I can help it. Because it kind of traps them. Same with putting things into categories.
In boxes.
Like who says work and play can't be the same thing,
Yeah.
you know? But we've set it out like that. Like they're opposites or something. You know, and we've done the same thing with success and failure. We made them out to be opposites, and they're not.
Yeah. And recognize playing, you know, because for me, playing is learning. Playing is talking to you guys. That's playing to me.
Yeah.
That's
Swimming
not
in
working.
wonder.
Yeah. So I don't need to play tennis per se, you know, to say I'm playing. Someone
Well, you
asked
just-
me like, "Oh, what did you do today?" I play. Learn a lot. I grow a lot. Talk a lot. I play in wonder. And that's it.
Yeah.
What do you think it is? The thing around the corner, big thing around the corner.
I can't imagine it, to be honest with you. Because it's nothing definite, because it's going to affect so many people. Like it could start off as an announcement of something, or some move, some sound like, yeah, could be something economic. Or some move or announcement or something that basically affects the world. It's kind of like, yeah, I just got this vision of somebody throwing a spark into a fireworks factory. Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Set off a chain reaction. That's getting really noisy, Pascal.
Right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something I have no control over.
Can you mute yourself?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Or Jessica mute me?
I don't know.
That's weird. I didn't change anything.
Yeah, can you mute yourself? There. Okay, great. Yeah, so yeah, I'm sensing it's something like the old thing about the ping pong balls and the mouse traps. Sets off a chain reaction. Yeah, the mouse traps are all individual potentials. Each mouse trap has a ping pong ball on it. So when the trap gets set, the ping pong ball goes flying. It sets off another one and another one, and it happens kind of like that. So, yeah. So it's going to be global. And it may be a combination of things. It may be like something around the economy or money, finances, maybe financial, financial markets or something like that. And it'll affect other things like I'm getting healthcare and food supply. And government, of course. Yeah, government will be powerless. Oh my. Little Cindy showed up.
Good
All
morning.
right.
I said, let me check in and see if there are some bees buzzing around.
Yes. Well, there still are.
Hi, Jesse. And Pascal is in the house too with you, Craig. All right.
Good morning, Cindy.
Yeah, our theme today has been something big is coming around the corner. Everything's pointing at the truth of that. We were just feeling into the energy of that and what it could be, what it could look like.
What is it feeling like?
Big. Big, yeah. It has a lot of potential to be intense. On top of that. And this just came to me, which is really funny. It's like being constipated for a long time and finally having this bowel movement, which is hilarious. But I mean, that's kind of the energy of it. That's what the energy feels like.
So I hear release.
Yeah,
Big release.
Yeah, major release. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Power shift. Oh wow. No, I just got a scripture that popped in
What is that?
from the book of Revelation. It says, fallen is Babylon the Great, Wow. That's Revelation chapter 18.
All right. Revelation.
Wow.
Well, when we ingested some good stuff, it was good going in, but now it's time for it to be released.
Oh,
It
yeah.
might have been good to somebody going in, but it's, you know, but it's in that the cycle of evolution.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the formation of the United States of America was based on a lot of really, really good intentions. But very few of those intentions turned out to be beneficial to the people, by the people, and for the people.
Mhm.
In fact, the people aren't really running anything anymore, if they ever were. And yeah,
I am seeing so much yes and in everything you're saying.
yeah, yeah.
So
Well, it's interesting that the US of A was founded on um, to as a um, as a kickback against oppression,
mhm,
oppression by a monarch.
mhm,
Like it was basically a tax revolt. You know, the king decided he was going to tax the people, tax the colonies and the people that lived there,
mhm.
and you know, and that created the Revolutionary War and the whole 9 yards. And it was about freedom from oppression. And what's really sad about the whole experiment is that the oppression is worse today than it ever was then.
True.
Like the government has become the oppressor.
But let's draw the curtain back a little bit on that. And without judgment and without even too much opinion, out of the systems in Europe, those systems were created for just organization, regardless of the motives of the people, right? It was
Yeah.
still orchestrated organization.
Yeah.
And then for those who were being oppressed by it, they fed the system fed off of them, and then the system digested them and kept using them the way they wanted to. But then you had the expulsion, the defecation came out into the United States.
Yeah.
And so here we're in another cycle. But where are people gonna go? Like there's not, people are looking for more land, places to be free, getting off the grid and all of that kind of stuff. But no matter what, there always has to be some harmony of organization, of community. And there's always gonna be those that are not as comfortable with the decisions of those who are, who are making the decisions for the organization.
Yeah.
And so then it grows and grows and intensifies and the pressure grows. And then there's another expulsion. And that is the evolution of mankind until hopefully we get to a point where we are harmony bees. But now you can't even tell people, well, this is for men, this is for women, this is for boys, this is for girls, this is for kids, this is for seniors. It's like, how, you can't categorize people because people's choices are their own free will. And once you start doing that kind of stuff, you're creating another systemic system for another expulsion of people that are dissatisfied with the organization. It goes around and around and around. So we're, I still think there's an evolution. I think that there are more people who the bottom is not as low as it used to be everywhere. There are there's more expressed spiritual evolution that just seems to not be able to be contained or refined. People are thinking and feeling for themselves on a much grander scale. And yet, for as many people who are, are those people who are not, because they either aren't aware or don't think that they can exercise the freedom of thought that they do think. I didn't mean to go all the way there.
I was swimming with you.
But you started it with people needing to take a good bowel movement. I mean, and that's what the system is doing. A person grows and, they eat and they grow, they eat and they grow. And all along the way, there's, you got to release. You got to let go of some stuff.
Yeah.
So, but I picked up on your energy, the energy part. So what had me call, I said, let me just sit and be quiet with God for a while, the spirit for a while. And so I was just feeling. And then I said something in my spirit, and then I used the word but. And I said, no, let's replace but with and. And it made my energy level just like calm down a lot. And it wasn't that it wasn't a bad energy at all. It was just a resonating energy. But it just was like, okay, and all right. Yeah. But creates such contrast, like there is a fight. Well, why does there have to be a fight about it? Well, yes, and so I've been I sent my little garden painting, and I finally finished that.
Good.
And I put it in the chat. I don't know if you guys saw it. And it was not in this chat, in our group chat for the which one of them. I can't come to the name of it at the moment. And I got to take this call. Excuse me, I'll pop back in, guys.
Okay. Well, that was interesting getting little Cindy's read on that energy. Wow. Yeah, it's an adjustment and a transition. And these energies aren't in the awareness of a lot of people on the planet at the moment. But this this thing that's coming is gonna create a lot of awareness all over the planet. Yeah, and in much the same way as COVID did. It's an awareness. It's an awareness that this is global, and not local. Yeah, it's global and it's not local, but it provokes personal response. One of the things that's really interesting about this is it's an awareness, like a new awareness of the energy and the dynamics of the energy inside these situations. Like I've been experiencing that myself, just learning to sense the energy of situations and people and emotions and words. So I see this. What's coming is an increased awareness of the energy behind things, the energy of what we're doing. So this is a personal awareness of the energy of things, of motivations, and of passions even. A lot of these things we've been hiding from ourselves. New understandings. A new collective level of understanding by individuals. and a general raising of frequency in all of humanity and awareness. Yeah, frequency and awareness. So that's relative to where your frequency was when this started. So if you're at a higher frequency going in, um, yeah, the raise in frequency is incremental. So everybody will go up a notch or two. That's interesting. It'll be interesting to witness the after effects of that. Yeah, and this has been in the works for a long time. Some key dates that are coming to me is 1987 and 2012. Yeah, so this is 11 years after 2012, so that makes sense. 1-1.
I was going to ask, is that the 1111?
Yeah, 1-1. 1-1 is one of those synchronicities and cycles.
Why are you guys talking about my birthday?
Is it your birthday today?
No, the 11/11.
Oh, your birthday is 11/11. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, cool birthday to have.
Aren't you something else?
Yeah.
You know, somehow I heard that before, but I didn't remember.
Yeah, because it's Remembrance Day, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Americans don't know what that is, Pascal.
Oh, no, okay.
Oh.
Okay.
They have Memorial Day down here. It's the end of May.
Right. Yeah. I always joke around, like, you know, when it comes to my birthday. Now you're gonna remember?
Yeah, right. Yeah, please remember my birthday. Yeah.
So, well, you've been talking to me to raise your frequency, because it's always like the $1 million question, right? So to me, what help is to let go, you know, like reading that book, Letting Go, by
Yep.
David Arkin, really helped me. It's not about, oh, I gotta feel love, I gotta feel love, I gotta feel love. But you can feel love all you want, but if in your core you still feel shame and anger, then your frequency is always at shame and anger, you know? So it's to let go anger, shame. So detach yourself. Detach yourself from the wall. That you're not the shame, you're not the anger. You know, because I'll do a little exercise with you guys. So if someone asks me like, who's anger? Who's angry? Sorry, who's angry? And then I'll be like, well, me. And who am I? And my mind comes blind, completely blank. So I'm not my anger. You know, and I've been doing that a lot. Like, if I'm frustrated with something, be like, who is frustrated? Me. Who am I?
So how do you know that it's you that's frustrated?
Wow. My rationalized mind would say it's me.
Is that true?
No. That's why I asked the question, who am I? So when we say we're not our thoughts, we're not our emotion, that's just a practice.
Yeah, are you identifying with it?
Yeah.
When you use the words I am, you're identifying with it. If you say I am angry, you're identifying with that anger.
Yeah.
Right?
But then you ask the question, who am I?
Well, you just said your anger.
Yeah, but it's not like, you know, like it just comes to, now I can't think.
I am that I am. I am that which I say I am. If you say I am, that's what you are. You're not stuck with it. You can defecate that, let it go.
Yeah, it's a matter of letting go of all these things you've been identifying with.
Yeah, there's a lot of work, but it's kind of detached from everything, right? And all these, I am angry, I am this, I am that, it's based on your experience, based on your past. So if you come back to like no past, no future.
It's also based on our pattern of communicating those things, right? That's the language we use. That's a pattern.
Yeah.
The language we use for communicating those things. So all of a sudden you look at it and you go, oh, okay. So I keep subconsciously using this pattern of identifying with stuff that's not me. Hmm.
Yeah, but we believe it's us. And it's usually based on what people have done to us.
Right. Well, yeah, and what we've experienced.
Yeah, like yes and, right? It's one of them.
Yeah, you build this identity based on all that stuff. Isn't that the theme of that book, that letting go book?
Yeah, it's yeah, letting
Of
go.
actually letting go of your identity. This identity that you've taken on.
Well, it was more like about letting go of these lower emotion, I guess, right?
Well, the lower frequencies, yes.
Lower frequency, yeah. Yeah, it was more about that.
Well, yeah, but it's
Yeah, we're
letting
not
go
talk-
of identifying with them.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. He doesn't. I don't think he really said it like that, but yeah.
No.
But it is, yes. Your egoic mind identity. Yeah, absolutely.
Your machinery's getting noisy again, Pascal.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's strange because same truck, and usually I don't know. I can't really hear.
It's just ringing and scraping like crazy.
Maybe I'll turn down the volume. Maybe that will help. You let me know.
Okay.
Maybe the volume is too high. I don't.
Hey, so where were we?
Where were we?
Yeah.
Letting go.
Yeah.
The egoic mind identity. And realizing that we're a lot bigger than that.
Yeah, realizing that identity is not me. Yeah, that it's an identity that I've created.
I think sometimes I haven't created it, I've just adopted it.
Well, yeah, that's a better way of saying it, because yeah. Because it's actually mimicked.
Like, this is how you be a lady. Ladies
Yes.
act like
Yeah.
this. A
Right,
gentleman
right.
takes his hat off when he enters the building.
That's right. I think we went to the same elementary school.
Yeah, I think we did.
There used to be somebody stood at the door that would knock people's hats off, knock boys' hats off. It was funny.
Yeah. And it even like, it's like, you gentlemen take their hat off when they enter a building. And even just having to be the one to have to enforce that, it's like, what are you being right now? You're just
Yeah,
like an
yeah.
ultra
Oh, I know.
extension of the machine.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I experienced a lot of teacher abuse when I was growing up. A lot of it.
I'm sure they had their hands full with you.
Oh, I still hate my grade 1 teacher who she stole my eraser. Because I loved learning how to print. Because I loved the shapes. I loved being able to practice making a perfect circle for my B's and my D's.
Ooh.
You know, I loved doing that. And when it was a little bit off, I'd erase it. And I'd keep on working. Like I didn't like leaving it and you know just making space and creating another one. Like for some reason it was important to me to actually erase it and do it right the first time. And so that was my form of practice. And yeah, my teacher stole my eraser. And the funny thing was that there was other kids who would erase their paper like right through, like all the way through. You ever worked with elementary kids, you know that happens. And yeah, she wouldn't take away their erasers, but she took away mine. You know, it's quite interesting. I don't know if she ever gave it back either. I certainly don't remember that part.
She did not appreciate your perfectionism.
Well, yeah, but well, that might have been what it was perceived to be. But I know now that it wasn't perfectionism. I know it was
Her personal attitude toward you.
no, it wasn't even an attitude. It was a result of being neurodivergent. Like I ended up getting punished a lot for being neurodivergent. In the early 60s, nobody had any idea what that was.
I'm not sure I know what that is now. What's that?
Well, it's you're familiar with ADHD and ADD?
Oh, yeah.
And a pet OCD, those kind of things. Yeah. Those are neurodivergent behaviors. And the thing is, they've been, ever since they kind of discovered them, they've labeled them as abnormalities.
Oh.
But the truth is they're not. They're actually Mother Nature's way of creating people who are conceptual, abstract thinkers. And very soon the whole world is going to be running in that mode. So it's Mother Nature's way of
Yeah.
preparing the world um, for this new paradigm, this new environment that's coming. Pascal, your machinery is really noisy again.
Okay, I'll mute it.
Your machinery is divergent.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah. These people aren't primarily linear thinkers. They're divergent thinkers. And I'm kind of a transitional one because I mastered linear thinking. Like I was top of the class, got high marks in school, all that kind of stuff. But there was nothing in school for me with respect to my divergent thinking. So
Yeah, because
I've
it's
kind of
all
had to
linear.
develop. Yeah, well, yeah, because I've had to learn that on my own. And the school system hasn't kept up to that because the thing is, when I was born, there was very few neurodivergent people on the planet.
Exposed.
And now there's many of them. And nothing is set up to educate these people. In fact, they're treated like special cases and isolated and because they don't fit. They don't fit into the
what?
system that exists.
They don't fit into somebody else's pea brain.
Well, exactly. So it's like trying to, yeah. And our education system insists on trying to educate everybody linearly.
Yeah, but you see what's happening. Self-education is becoming the norm.
Yeah.
Even like, you went to
But what kind of self-education are you talking about, Cinderella?
and really like home, because people said they didn't want their children to be confined to the school system, or maybe they took them out because the school system, behavior issues or such were not good. Their kid couldn't go to school, or their kid.
Yeah, I can't hear you anymore.
Hear me?
Nope. Lost your signal for about the last minute.
Let me. I think I hooked. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So you had homeschooling popping up.
Yep.
Then you had kids who were sick that were going to be out for a while. So then the school systems would accommodate those kids. Before they even had special ed, they had to. They started doing special things when it was demanded. Then you had, because there was a time we didn't even have truant officers. So first they made everybody go to school because it's a right to be able to go to school. So then the schools weren't supplying the needs of special situations, so-called special. So they had the schools accommodated that. Now the schools continuously being in charge of all children getting an education, whether they were in the building or at home or in a hospital or whatever, right?
Yep.
So then you had another movement where, and if I'm not even, I may not even be naming them all, where parents were like, well, then you had integration and segregation. You had all of that kind of movement. So
Yep.
separate but equal, not separate, whatever. All of that went on. And then you had people who were not going, who sent their kids off to parochial schools, like the private schools. So the school system said, okay, well, your kid is registered in a certified school, parochial school, private education new centers. Okay. So then, so this is all divergence, whether the divergence is on behalf of the parents or on behalf of the children's circumstance situations, right?
Yep.
Then you had the school system then recognized like these other schools that are, they call them now charter schools.
Yep.
Supported by the government, but they have their own program to meet, they have their branding of how they educate.
Yep.
But still supported by the government. And then in the schools, you had recognition of special needs called special education. Yay.
Yeah.
In the schools, right? So instead of making them go home or go to a detention center, or now we got emotional special needs, we got learning special needs, all of these special needs, health or whatever, but everybody gets to be in the buildings where the government funds the education. But with the explosion, I'm jumping way forward, then computers came. So now kids having homework, their homework could now be done on computers and systematically set into the system so the teacher could monitor their education from a platform. Not all of it, but some of it.
Yep.
COVID hits. Now everybody's home, getting it the best way they can. And some of them had better delivery of education than others, and some kids adapted better or worse to that mode of education. But I had I have a nephew who was doing horrible in school. They sent him home. He got A's. He was acing like everything. That was his better mode of interaction. But if he had stayed in that school, he would have been laid in the building with all the population and all the interaction. I won't necessarily call them distractions, but all the different attitudes and energy zones and all of that. He probably would have failed his way through high school. But he did exceptionally well. So along with that, we also have what is companies that send people to, to go to workshops, right? So it's not just, through college or whatever, but now companies are also providing education, which supports their mode of operation and branding and culture.
Supports whose culture?
The companies.
Yeah, exactly.
The companies, okay? Yeah. Then, so that's management acceleration programs and all of that kind of BS, right? So then you have the wave of COVID. Well, even before that, then you have personal development. So people are not waiting for their companies to give them like instruction, but people are seeking understanding. People are seeking knowledge. And with the onset of the internet, the World Wide Web, people could start learning things based on their own inquisitions of life. There
Yes.
go personal development.
Yep.
And then that big thing grew, mushroomed
Change
out.
accessibility. Changed big time.
Yeah, of information. My phone is going to change again. Is it going to change? Sometimes she acts up.
You there?
Yep, still here.
Yeah. Okay. So just looking at the evolution of the availability of the structure of educational expansion and the development of information availability. Now people are like, what do you go to school for? So you can be a productive citizen to the community, right? Whatever that is, and make means and ways of life for yourself. So we're not going down that rabbit hole right now. So, but the thing is,
come on, why not?
I gotta stay on this road. That's a side road. So in short, you gotta or not gotta have means to substantiate your livelihood, ergo money, right? So now people are finding that they don't have to go necessarily to any educational system pre-designed in order to grow their own creativeness and contribute on their own terms because of all of this accessibility and how you can put yourself out on different platforms to offer your gifts as they are, and somebody love it, like it, pay for it. And so now people are getting to the point of being, so I started going out with my daughter, hanging out with some of her people, and they were like calling each other creatives. I'm like, so creatives? Like, it was just like, it was like a generation. Yeah. It was like a generational gap in a point of reference as to what you are. And these were predominantly people who recognized their own power of choice and nonconformity to see a need of passion that they wanted to work with and fulfill, and do it at any damn cost if they had to eat ramen noodles or share the ramen noodles or not, to live in the fullness of their creation. I'm like, damn, y'all bad, So then I learned to appreciate parts of myself from being like these rebel people, and then some of them still found like their own mode of learning in order to grow their craft, in order to bring to fruition their purposing, what they were purposing. So all of that to say that I don't know how else to say it. What's being shitted out now is the educational system and the linear education for a new way of being learning. And now it's like, so will the demands of education and truancy continue to be a force of enforcement? So it's like you're either gonna go to school and learn so-called fundamentals, or certify that you'll have some kind of mental guardian to say that you're on a path of learning, so that you can, at least read. You don't have to write anymore. You barely have to read anymore.
I see schools of the future being places where you can get together and practice your intuition skills.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Your creativeness, all of your creativeness.
Yeah. All your creativity. Yeah. Yeah.
So,
In fact, the future of our planet depends on it.
yeah. But there go again. If your creativeness isn't nurtured, and a lot of people don't have that, you know, what they call Kumon schools, like really create are incubators for creating space for intuitiveness, creative thinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
But education is changing and definitions are changing, but yet a lot of people, like with everything, you're gonna have people that excel with it and those that don't. Like right now, I know I need to get into AI, but I'm just like not into getting into AI. It's just like,
Why
it's
do you
like a
need to get into
repellent.
AI? What makes you think that?
It would just, I would use it as my assistant just to get my advertising done quicker, to get the drafts out so I could, you know, tweak it.
Yeah.
Just using it like an assistant. It's better than
maybe you don't need that kind of advertising.
Yeah, that's true too. Like I'm not forcing it, but I am inquisitive about it.
Yeah. Well, I am too, because I spent a lot of my life developing that kind of shit. So it's like, so I'm watching with a lot of interest.
Oh man, there's so much interest with it. It is like crazy. Like my sister was having a hard time. She didn't want to like, write all of her edits, all of her captions and stuff up for products that they sell. She was like, Cindrell, you told me about ChatGPT, man. I got it and I just speak it up and let it fix it up, and then I tweak it, and I'm done. What was taking me an hour and 20 minutes or 2 or 3 hours, now I'm rolling. I'm getting I can get the whole list of whatever I got to be done in like a half hour. I'm like, great, Lori. Meanwhile, I'm behind her A-ball because she's applying it.
Yeah. So
like,
so what?
No, it is. I'll get to it when it's time, but I'm like, I'm curious to use it.
Yeah.
And get some things out.
Well, I have, and I know how magic it is, but it can't communicate what's in my heart. It'll never be able to do that.
No. Well, based on that, a friend of mine read a poem, and everybody was like, oh man, that was great. He was like, okay, this is what I told AI to do. So
Yeah.
the voice to do it in, and it came out better than I could have expressed it. And when I gave it to my wife, she loved it, and I told her I had it composed and comprised for her out of my heart. And so was that, well, did
Liar.
she accept it? Well, he did. He told it what to do. He told the sentiment. He told the rhythm and in the voice of such and such a writer that she loves. And he told it things that that she and he connect on. And it made like a 6 stanza poem.
Yeah.
And he was like, okay, this is good. This is better than how I could have expressed it. I mean, he still had to create it and give it what it needed to work with, but he said he's not a poet, so it would never have come out as well as it did, but yet it expressed the sentiment so well.
Yeah. But it wasn't him. It wasn't authentic.
I don't know that it wasn't authentic. It's just as authentic as you go into.
How can it be? How can it be authentic if it was created by a friggin' machine?
He still had to give it the input.
Well, I know,
Like,
but he didn't create it. It's not true. None of it.
I argue the point that when my children would spend time making a card, it was meaningful. When my children spent time searching through cards to get the right one, that was meaningful. Oh, that you would give me such a card as this. So was it not authentic? Was the Hallmark card not authentic?
Well, of course it was, because they picked it out.
Yeah. So
There was no machine interface in that.
Yes, it was. It was a whole damn company.
No, it wasn't. It was already there. It was already there and complete. They didn't create the card. They picked it out.
Right. So the same way they picked it out based on the input that was input in that card, they had to decipher what was relative and related. So did the input of the information from into AI in order, and then for him to review it and tweak it is, to me, it's no different.
Well, with the AI creating it, it was the AI creating it.
With the Hallmark card.
So basically what he did is he gave away his power to a machine. And it's that simple.
To me, AI in this scenario is Hallmark, and Hallmark was the
but you don't.
AI.
Yeah, but you don't give away your creative power when you buy a Hallmark card. And you do when you use AI. Very different.
I think I gave away more creative power when I bought the Hallmark card. And very frequently, I ended up writing on the left-hand side the edit to what
you added your own touch to it.
Right.
Right.
And the same thing I do with AI. When it comes back with something, I put my own touch to it for the input I put in and for any edits I make on the back end. So that's twice.
Somebody did a pretty good sell job on you.
Look, well, I ain't bought it yet.
No, I know. It's very.
No, it's just a tool.
Yeah. Well, I know it's just a tool, but I mean, are you surrendering the opportunity for your heart to express itself by using a friggin' tool?
No, because I can put a poem into AI as I would, and the edits,
well, that's different.
The edits will come through. That's what I'm saying. You put the input in, and you get the output, and
but if you input something that you've already created is one thing, but if you input a bunch of parameters in it and surrender the creativity to the program is something totally different.
Okay. There's a little glitch in there right there. That there's a glitch. But I've surrendered all my creativeness when I bought the Hallmark card.
Well,
when I-
no, because you felt you needed to add extra stuff on the other page.
Yeah, but when I got it from my kids and their extra was them signing their name. What's that?
I've stood there at card racks for long periods of time trying to find something that was appropriate. And I've spent an awful lot of time at card racks because I couldn't find anything that was just right. And so, yeah. So I get what you're saying. And I ended up buying what was the closest one. And sometimes I even went somewhere else because I couldn't find what I was looking for.
Right.
So, that's part of it. That's part of it too. But I didn't, when I went to a rack to look for a card, I wasn't planning on creating a card. I was planning on finding something that communicated what I wanted to communicate. So it wasn't really a creative act. It was more of a discernment exercise.
Okay. I don't know how we got all the way here, but here we are.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
You had asked a question.
I'm sorry, I get into it when I hear somebody defending AI. It drives me crazy.
It's a tool.
But the thing is, well, yeah, I know it's a tool, but what it's really doing is it's reflecting the truth of our society in the information age. Is that very, very few people communicate from and express their hearts. Very few people do that. And as we've gotten more and more information out there, it's happening less and less and less. And AI isn't going to help that. The temptation is too great to flick a couple switches and put in some inputs and deny my heart expressing itself again as a habit, as a pattern.
But let's take it to business. I just want to convey some information. And if an AI can do it quickly, it's like, hey, AI, send so-and-so an email that tells them to meet me at such and such time or such and such a time. This is what the agenda will be. Boom, 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 boom.
So would AI keep you from hiring a copywriter?
Yeah.
To exercise their craft?
Yeah, especially when I don't have a budget for it.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. Like I can do things, I can accelerate things more now using AI because I can grow my business because those are some of the things because that has been impeding me. Like I've got a presentation that I'm looking to develop, and it's like it keeps getting pushed off my to-do list. But I'm gonna go in and throw AI. That'll be one of my trial things. I'm gonna throw it into AI and tell it how I want it to go, and let's see if it can't get it done for me in what I've been putting off for months to do.
Wow.
Why are you saying wow?
Well, because the whole temptation of that is very enticing.
What, that I don't hire a graphic designer and
No.
copywriter?
No, that you can that you can use machinery to be creative for you.
Yeah. Because when I put my heart into, because this is just factual information, blah 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 blah, right? But when I present it, that's my heart, because I
Yeah.
care about what I do.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's transitional.
Would you? Don't throw me out as the baby and the bathwater.
No. I'm just kind of musing about. One thing we've observed in this group is it's extremely difficult for people to get into the creative space in the first place. It's even harder to stay there. To stay there and trust it. And it's really difficult for an opportunist.
I don't know where you're going with that, or where you are with that.
Well, I would call myself a high creative, like a high-end creative, just because of everything that I've done and experienced in my life. And what's coming through now, after all these years, is that very little of my creativity actually came through my heart. You know, came through a motivation that was heart oriented. And I did some really kick-ass stuff that looked really, really creative and innovative and all that kind of stuff. But there wasn't really truth behind it.
Did what you do serve a purpose?
Yeah. But there's something about being creative in a way that's true to my nature and true to my heart that's extremely important to me right now.
That's good.
Because I've already experienced it all the other way. And I just see things as AI is kind of a threat to that kind of creativity.
For me, it's an expansion of my creative activity, because those things that I'm just not adept to, like, but because I'm so particular about who I'm talking to and my message, I graveled so long over one email that if I can speak my heart out and it show up on paper, and then I can draft it, like edit it to tweak it, it would reduce my agony like so much. And instead of me just reaching one person, I can reach 20 people.
Yeah. But you know what, Cinderella? I've observed you more than once when you're in flow and you're just like the words are just coming out of you like magic.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that you don't have it in you to do that. It could be a lot of factors. It could be that you've been in situations where you've tried to force it, or you're generating stuff when you're not in a creative space or not in flow. And I don't know that it's a matter of capability as much as it's a matter of timing.
And it's also a matter of practice. The more you do something, the more fluid you are with it. But I'd rather sit and meditate and paint and dance among the lilies, and that's where my flow enjoys itself. But yet I have to also contribute and share what I have to share. And there's that part of me. Like if I had a dictationist, but for me to speak and write at the same time, it gets blocked. There's a blockage, and then I'm dealing with the blockage, and because my mind is going like so much faster than my hand is writing, and I'm kind of like you. I might not be able to read what I wrote after I've engaged in that flow, and that's frustrating. So I aspire to write very well, and when I write very well, I miss the flow of the words that I'm offering. So for me, AI will be the tool.
Yeah.
It's like a dictationist for me.
Yeah.
So I think, for those who embrace
if it's going to get some
heart,
stuff off your plate, it's going to get some stuff off your plate and get you and get things out of your prime attention, then by all means go for it, because I mean, if it's a way that you can let go of some things that aren't really helpful,
right?
Yeah. But the truth is, the creativity is not about AI, it's about you.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, because I've got all of these facts and I got them on my cards because, like as I pick up my facts and my information of things that I feel are important to convey, now I can just read the cards and, make sure I make that reference point like I want to and interject those personal anecdotal stories. And I can let AI put it in a PowerPoint for me.
Yeah.
So for me, that's good. But I don't have to go and figure out how to do remember how to make PowerPoints. Like I haven't made a PowerPoint in 20, maybe 15 years. And they've changed and the commands are different and blah, 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 blah. I don't have to worry about figuring out how to take a refresher course on PowerPoint. Good. Done. Yeah. So I'll be doing my thing with it.
Yep.
I've got to go.
Just watch you don't get addicted. Because It's one of the
Well,
most, it's one of the most addictive things that I've seen in years.
Well, I can't imagine that I probably won't get addicted, but I've got friends like you to like make sure I stay in creative zones because I got addicted to driving.
Yeah,
I got addicted
yeah.
to using the cell phone. You know,
All human beings are prone to addiction is basically what I'm saying. And this one is, this thing has an extreme power that way.
Yeah, yeah. But there's nothing like the human connection. Nothing like it. And
Yep.
the spirituality of human connection.
Yeah.
So
Did you ever read Megatrends when it came out in the 80s? I think it was the early 80s. Patricia
Megatrends.
Aberdeen and I forget the other guy's name. Anyways, these are Megatrends. These were what they foresaw as trends that were coming up in the future, and one of them was high tech versus high touch, and basically that was as technology gets better and more pervasive, what'll happen is we'll lose personal connection between each other. And so the idea was that the people that can counteract the effect of the information revolution with high level person-to-person connectivity and intimacy and that kind of stuff would be the billionaires of tomorrow. And that's basically what's coming to pass right now. Is because I spent the 80s and 90s developing all the technologies that became the internet. So I understand that whole high tech thing in a very, very deep way. But what's very interesting now is my life is turning around, and the value of personal intimacy and all that kind of stuff is coming to the forefront in my life, and it's going to make me very, very well off. Because I'm one of the few people that's focusing on that.
You're one of the few people that's focused.
Couldn't hear you for the last minute, Cinderella.
No, a few people focusing in on that.
Yeah.
So are you
But
saying
that's where we're going.
maybe the powers that be are perpetuating all of this superficial stuff, but most people that I talk to is like, yeah, but at the end of the day, it's connection, it's family, it's community.
Yep.
And I could not get through my day if I didn't have that in my day, like working with people that I like to work with, communicating with people that I connect with. So when you say you're focusing on it, one of the few people focusing on it, makes me feel like, you've been through this whole technological thing that helped bring forth what we're surging on right now. So are you working on focusing on making sure that the intimacy thing is not lost in all of this? Or what do you mean?
Well, that's part of it. I'm not totally sure what that means. It's just right at this point, it's a real general direction. But we talked about some of this earlier in the conversation when we were talking about education and neurodivergence,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and those kinds of things. See, it's those people. The other part that's weird about neurodivergent people is that they're very communal, meaning that they interact really, really well with other people who are also neurodivergent, but they interact really, like, pretty much every single one of them has some kind of challenge with respect to intersocial skills. And if you worked in special ed, you would have recognized that. Like, social skills are kind of missing. My son is autistic.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the autism spectrum, and he's like that too. He had to work really hard on his intersocial skills, and he's managed to adapt to the point where he works in IT now, and he can, like, he works a 9-to-5 job and that kind of stuff, and he manages to thrive in that environment. But it's he's living in an environment and a life that is so far below his capability that someday he's going to go crazy if he stays there too long.
Because it's only nurturing a small aspect of him that allows him
Right.
to conform to the expectations of maintaining a livelihood in this structured society. But there is more to him than that. And does he not find other ways and outlets to be that and express that?
Well, sort of. But that's kind of a concern, because he's in his upper 20s now, and the availability of stuff to nurture him is not all that great so far, which is one of the things that I'm working on, is increasing opportunity for high creative people that is true creative opportunity for these people.
Yeah. So I think our caste system society is really breaking away, because people are being who they are to be. And yes, we do still need to raise the value of valuing our differences more.
Yep.
I think that people who are so-called outliers or different, I think that they're being more uniquely out with who they are and what they are. And you see it in the aspects of people who are, I mean, just when I was growing up, transsexual, what's that? Gay?
Oh, yeah.
What's
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
So now it's like it's prevalent. It's like people who couldn't express who they were before. It's like, no, I am who I am now.
Yeah.
And even people who would have never considered it play on the other side of the fence just to make sure that their true preference is their true preference.
Yeah.
So I think a lot is happening. It's because we are operating on a higher frequency level. where people's choice must be their choice, and people who can't tolerate it, well, that really is their problem. And that's the shit being defecated at this point. You can't control what another creation is or how they express themselves. You may not want to participate with it. That's your choice. That's not your thing. Then don't.
But there's a huge assumption behind that, and that is the assumption that people actually know who they are.
Well, people have to find that out for themselves.
Well, yeah.
You can expose them to different things and their own seeking and curiosity and need to be like, even with your son, when he gets to the point where he needs to express, he'll somehow something will happen to open that up for him. He may
did for me. It did for me,
Huh?
but it took me about 15 years to figure it out.
And because you're being open and clear and frank with him, he'll go, my dad had choices. What are my choices?
Yeah.
And I'll never forget me being married a long way from home. The first time this hubba nubba decides to get hooked on cocaine, and I was done, and telling him, look, you go take care of you, I'll figure out me. But I was still caught in this caste system of you're married forever. Like, it's like I had to think about a thing to think about the thing that divorce.
Yeah, I got stuck in that one too. Cinderella.
It was a very ingrained social thing. Although people were getting divorced, it was getting to be more prevalent. But I was still into the end, like my heart, mind, body, soul, anchored in married forever. My mother told me one sentence. She said,
you're breaking up again, Cinderella.
if your father had not died, the papers would be in process. Okay, I put a truck just, can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, a truck just parked like in front of me, and I guess it interrupted my reception. You heard the part my mother told me?
Part of it.
I'll go back. My mother told me, she said, I would have divorced your father had he not died on me first. The papers were in process.
Yeah.
When she told me that, it took every chain off of me, off my heart, off of my conviction, off of my commitment, that I had the freedom, the right, and the responsibility to divorce this man.
Yeah.
It disengaged so many things that were ingrained in me all at one time. So what I'm saying is what took you 15 years, when you share your story, it can collapse what it took you 15 years to maybe 15 months or 5 months for your son. But sometimes you have to experience. My mother would not have told me that if we were baking cake,
Yeah.
But when she heard in my voice and felt the circumstances that I was living in with in a marital situation, then she brought what was relative to the conversation to tell me that. But see, I had to arrive when the student is ready, the teacher shows up. When I had arrived at the circumstances, a student of that,
And that's when I got the knowledge that I needed. So that's what you'll be able to provide for your son when he's maxed out or near maxed out, or gets a sense of, I want to do more with my life. Somehow you guys will have a conversation, or somebody in the company will, strike up a chord or a conversation, or he'll hear something on YouTube or the radio or whatever, which will open him up to explore what he feels like he wants to and ready to explore. But the options, for it to be options, is nice to always have that there. Like my son was raised in the church. My son was preaching at 3 years old on the podium, made a minister, the youngest minister we ever had, at 19. But as my son was growing up, I said, son, do you want to, you don't have to be a minister or a preacher or even a member. You just be you. This is all good and fine and dandy now. And if you choose it again and again and again, great. It's your choice. But you may want to be something more, or something different, or is your choice. I would tell him that at least 3 times a year, just to make sure I was, having that conversation, because his father had such an influence on him, because his father was a pronounced minister in the church, power shaker, mover, got things to happen. When he got up
Wow.
on the podium,
What a tough act to follow.
Yeah, but you know what? When my son preached to the full congregation, they said that boy got that in his own right.
Yep.
It's not because of his father. But years later, there was this little like struggle of life going on. And I would always remind him, you don't have to be nobody but you. You don't owe nothing to me, and you were birthed from me. You don't owe nothing to your father. You don't owe nothing to the ministers. You don't owe nothing to this church. The only thing you owe is to God, that you be true to yourself. Whatever that truth comes to you to be, that feels good, natural, and right, and what you are willing to stand for, even if it's difficult. I've had that at least 3 times a year, just to make sure he always knew there's an off ramp. This is not the whole world. So I always, and I did it for my daughters, letting them know you choose you. Now you might have to sit with you for a while and figure that out, but it's okay. I'm your mama. I have to sit with myself at various intervals to go, I'm here. And I woke up this morning and I get to damn well choose who and what I want to be today, regardless if it's a reflection of yesterday or something totally different. And you got that same right. Whether I love you or not, whether you think I approve or not, whether you think your boss approves or not. Now, you might have to work some systems to get what you want, but at least know what you are working that system for, and know what you are negotiating, sacrificing, inputting, giving away, or contributing. But don't do it like it's taken or under expectation. Do it because that's you. People know you ain't gonna put up with certain stuff, then you stand for that and don't put up with that kind of stuff. If stuff don't matter to you and you just let things slide, they'll know that too. But it's more important that you know that too, that you know that. So always leaving the off ramp. Your son is gonna be fine. As long as he knows he is valued, he is unique, He is fabulous. He is a genius, and he can discover and explore wherever he wants to apply that. That's the empowerment.
Yeah. Yeah. for
I
sure.
gotta get some work. I gotta go get some work done today.
Yeah. Pascal just jumped out too.
Okay.
So it's a
Oh,
good,
it's
yeah,
you
good.
and I.
It's a good time. Yeah, it's a good time to close out. Hey, big love, Cinderella. It's been awesome.
Always love.
I love it. I love
Love.
it when little Cindy shows up.
Yeah. I'm glad little Cindy has a place.
She does.
Little Cindy has a place. Look, have an awesome day. I appreciate you so much. Peace.
Yeah. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye now.
Bye-bye.